Hello. What's up, guys? This is just a test render I did yesterday, using Eevee. As I said in chat earlier, I still have work to do. What I'm planning on finishing up is the secondary motions. That includes the hair, so I'll be fixing the hair, making sure it's not clipping, because all the hair animation that's here right now is actually completely automated, which is limited. It doesn't support collision when you do it just completely automated, so I have to do that myself. And also, more secondary motion for the eyelashes as well as the ears is also on the list. Also, I might as well show this. I have Kiona with me right now. Kiona. My mom is on vacation right now, which is why I actually have time to stream right now. Is because she's away, but because of that, I have to take care of Kiona. But she's not looking up. Yeah, there she is. What's up? She's normally not up here. Okay. So if you hear a dog, that's what it is. Anyway, let's go ahead and turn this off now. I'm not sure how I would get into your notifications. That's weird. If you're not subscribed or anything. YouTube's weird. I wouldn't be able to answer that. It does strange things sometimes. Yeah, like I said, the hair clipping is something I will be fixing. That what was there, what's here is completely automated animation. Like, none of it was actually made by me. The animation was based off of Wiggle Physics, which is a add-on for Blender. So most of this is done. I'll worry about the hair. Let's just do it now. Yeah, okay. I could talk about the problems with Hello Piggy Pie all day. I'm sure some of you already know. But yeah, it is quite something. So the main problem is the neck mane. That's basically all the manual work I'll be doing is to this part. The tail clips a little bit with the legs, but the head mane generally seems to be okay. Generally. I might do some touch up, but yeah. Yeah, I'm interested in seeing what the second movie will look like. It is. It's going to be interesting because it's not going to be show style. I'm pretty certain of that. So it's not going to look like my models, and I don't think anyone should expect it to really be the same thing. But I don't expect like low quality or anything. Considering I know some people are actually working on that film, I expect it to look pretty nice. At least in terms of design. I'm not sure what the plot of it or characters or anything. I'm mostly talking about like the general design of the characters and such. How it will change from G4. Okay. Okay. Actually, I think I will walk the viewport to the head. There we go. And just focus on the main. Yeah. Cool. I took a break, and I also, the break wasn't as long as my streaming break was. I did some work, like especially on this. I did work on my test animation here, like the past week or so, and I also did work on the matching side as well off stream. Mostly because it was kind of busy around the house, so I couldn't just sit down and stream for a while. Even though I did have some time to work, it was just like in small bursts. I think I just want to focus down here. This is what I have to do to fix up the collisions. Just manually pose it away from the surface, essentially. Frame by frame. And once I'm done with that, I'll do some more secondary motion with the eyelashes and the ears and such. There's not much more than that to do, though. Because most of the animation is primary, and that's pretty much all done. I didn't go anywhere to learn Blender. Oh, right. The FAQ. Be sure to look at the FAQ before asking questions. I'm pretty sure I have that answered. It's been a while since I've looked at it, but I'm pretty sure I have that question answered where I learned Blender. Generally, no, I didn't go anywhere. It was self-taught, but I go in more in-depth there, I believe. It's in the description. It should be. Yeah, that's a good idea. Hold on. It's been a while. I forgot to have the pinned comment. There we go. One day, I'd like to see a wiggle physics system in Blender that can support collision of some kind. So I don't have to constantly do this manually, because it's kind of tedious. I could still have to do some touch up here and there. Oh, go back, kill it. Back. I'll go sniffing around the trash can, kill him. Damn it. Yeah, that's my dog. It's just a matter of what developers are willing to tackle that problem, because it's probably not easy. And while I'm more comfortable with coding than I was like 6 months ago, I wouldn't say I'd be ready to code something that complicated. And plus, I only coded in C# for Unity, not Python, which is required for Blender. And also the math behind collision, something I wouldn't probably understand either. Is this part? Yeah, that part's fine. Okay, it's just the tip. I'm not really anticipating on doing anything long in terms of length for an animation. Not for this, because I'm basically doing all this by myself, and doing a movie length thing on my own is not feasible. It's not a reasonable thing for me to do. I could try, but I'd be wasting a lot of time, because it's probably not gonna get finished. Because I'm by myself, and I'm probably not gonna be able to get much help. Just a one-man show. I'll touch up the top part here as well. The plugin that I'm using for Blender is completely independent. It doesn't interact with any other modifier. So, like, you can do collisions for physics, for objects, and soft bodies and such, but not for armatures. I'm looking for a collision system for the wiggle physics that control the physics for the armature, the bones of the model. Nothing in Blender officially supports that, so I'm using an add-on for it, and that add-on doesn't support collisions. So, yeah, no modifiers that I would be able to add would help, because it needs to be attached to the bones, and there's no official modifier for that. And the plugin wouldn't support it anyway. At least not as not in its current state. How bad is this? Just the tips again? Yeah. Okay. Just need to focus on this bone, I think. Okay, maybe I do need to push this out a little. Just slightly. I'll show how the animation looks once I'm done with this part of the main. I tend to, when I do 3D animation, what I look for the most is the end result, usually. Because 3D animation of any kind, really, at the end of the day, can just become tedious, and you have to power through it. You have to be willing to power through the tedium, because a lot of the time you're doing the same thing over and over again. So I tend to just look to the future, what it will look like in the end. Like I said, I'll show how it looks later once I'm done with this part of the game. already have a Patreon. You can check the description for that. I do have a Patreon. Let's go. Hold on. I will be right back. Got some company. One sec. Where's the thing? Here, there. Yeah. Okay, I'm back. So earlier I said my mom was on vacation. Oh, she just came back. I forgot she was coming back tonight. That was tomorrow. But I can still do some work. Alright. I'm just gonna do that. Alright, let me go ahead and change the scene now. Fixing up photos? No. Not what? I don't know what you mean. just get rid of all of this. Still a little jitter. Yeah, right there.
I never claimed to be perfect. My mistakes are all written in ink. None of us claim to be perfect, and it's sad if that's what you all think. Our flaws help to make us special. They bond us and keep us strong. Our flaws are what brought us together. So stop acting like something's wrong. We're not flawless. We're a work in progress. We got dents and we've got quirks, but it's our flaws that make us work. Yeah, we're not flawless. We're a work in progress. So tell me what flaws you got too. 'Cause I still like what's flawed about you. They say I'm a big shot, that my ego's the size of a whale. My confidence comes off as cocky, but it gives me the courage to fail. Sure, I can be a drama queen, a bit stuck up, it's true. And I can be too eager to please. There's such thing as being too honest too, 'cause we're not flawless. We're a work in progress. We got dents and we've got quirks, but it's our flaws that make us work. Yeah, we're not flawless. We're a work in progress. So tell me what flaws you got too. 'Cause I still like what's flawed about you. Ponies think I'm all bubbles and laughter, that I don't seem sincere. I might joke around a little too much, but I'm just so happy you're here. It took me a while to be confident, to really come out of my shell. But no pony has to be perfect. By now, don't you know us so well?
Let me check chat for a second here. Gotta get better at looking at chat again. It's been a while. When's the last time I streamed again? 3 weeks ago? Maybe a little more than that. Probably. Yeah, the Mr. Dungeon tracks I have are remastered versions from TGH, or The Guitar Hero, I think is the name. I don't think he does music anymore. He's a speedrunner now, but yeah, he's that it's from him. You can look him up. Yeah. Twilight does appear in the matching side at the very start, before the song actually starts, which is a part that I'm animating. It's just, Twilight here is the unicorn form, and Alicorn Twilight is a bit different in terms of proportions. It's not just the wings. He's a bit taller as an Alicorn, so there's that. Yeah, Alicorn. I do have the proportions set up for Alicorn Twilight. Like, once I'm done doing this, I can turn on the Alicorn proportions, and I can just start animating Twilight once I'm done with this. I just won't have wings on it until later. I can do that later. The wings aren't necessary for her animation, because she doesn't use them. It's always folded up. I like how people are still finding my channel based off of that Leafeon lip sync. It's so weird that's the one that's popular. I don't know. It's weird. YouTube's weird. I don't know. This is the one that'll be kind of hard to do because it's going inside the back. I'll have to fix that. Yeah, I use the base model. Like this model can be used for any of the characters I've made so far. Though I will need to make new base models for like stallions and also like other characters that have very different proportions, like some of the other princesses. I'm not sure about Cadence. She's still might be usable, but I might have to make a new head at least for her. But like Luna and Celestia, they will definitely need the base models if I ever decide to get to them, which is not anytime soon, and certainly not for this project. So. Anyway, yeah, let me show that actually. I don't have the mains loaded up in this scene, but when I move this lever, you can change the base model like this to any of the other characters I have so far. Okay. Let's see. Do I need to move the upper part yet? Yeah, probably a little. I have to translate it a bit as well. What project are you talking about? The Magic Inside? I mean, I do. I'm still working on that. It's just not right now. I'm still doing the test animation here. probably, so I don't have to do this frame by frame all the time. Just add some key points, and then revise it from there. Make it less tedious for me. Okay. Oh, I lost my pose. Great. Whoops. Go figure. Key there as well. Push it out a little bit. Yeah. Push back a little bit. I mean, the collar, sure. The magic inside is pretty much where I left off. I did some work on it during my break, but I didn't like work past, or I haven't actually started animation. So yeah, I only did some revision here and there with the parts I actually did animate. Oh yeah, I'm on 2.90.1. I don't think that's on the FAQ actually. Let me see here. I can add it real quick. Boom. Fixed. No, I just use that. Yeah. That's fine. Probably not for 12 hours. I don't think this will take that long, and I don't know if I'll do anything after I'm done with this. Because all I'm doing is adding secondary motion, or doing manual work for secondary motion for this animation that I already pretty much finished. At least mostly. I still have some polishing I can do for primary, but yeah. What was the previous track? Oh, it was the Heart Gold Soul Silver Legendary Dogs music. That was like Entei, Raikou, Suicune. That's the song I was playing before. Let it fly up a little bit. It's fine. That looks better. Yeah. Okay. Does my FAQ answer that? Hold on. Yeah. Need to check the FAQ. I answered that question about how I got into the 3D animation. There's not much more to do after this. I just have to do collision for this back part, and then most of this can be automated. I think there's a little bit. Yeah, there's a little bit of clicking. I can do some frame by frame touch up, but yeah. Celestia's Ballad is my favorite season 3 finale song. I think that Your True Friend's a bit better than the Q Mark is telling me, I think, for me. But it's not like too far apart. Celestia's Ballad will be my favorite, even though it's kind of short. For that part, so I'll just move on. Okay. Let's focus on this. Try to get you back and settled down.
What color paints do you need? I'm gonna need the full rainbow. A paintbrush too? Yes, if you please. And one for me. Your biggest banner. This party's gonna be the best. I don't doubt it. Every single day there's something new we can plan for. Every single day there's something wonderful to try. But nothing makes us happy like a day that we can say, today there'll be a party planned by Pinkie Pie. I don't know how she does it.
can't believe I used to do this all the time. Before I started using wiggle physics, I did all of this manually 100% of the time. Now I only do it for collisions. Ugh. Those were the days. Like, any of the animations that are still on YouTube right now, that are published, that isn't the Pink Room one. The Pink Room was animated using wiggle physics, but everything else, the mains were animated completely manually. And yeah, that was probably my least favorite part of animation until I found an animated process that worked well enough to fill in that. Fill in most of what I need. I still, of course, need to polish what I'm doing right now is the collision and stuff, but yeah.
The rules of rarity, guaranteed quality, this I can assure. For each and every dress, I'm bound to give finesse with time, love, and couture.
Mostly because, to answer that question, my stream setup is where, on my OBS, which is my streaming software, I have it set up where the encoding of the video that's being sent to YouTube is done on my secondary graphics card. So that's my 1070. And I animate within Blender. The preview port here in the 3D scene here is done on my primary GPU, which is my 2070. So there's no real performance impact. I mean, there is some on the CPU, but generally it's not too bad. Of course, having a separate computer to do all the encoding and stuff would be the best for performance, but I would need a capture card that would work with my main monitor, which I don't really. So, yeah, anyway. That answers the question. copy that here. Just minor adjustment. Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't announce my stream other than hitting the start streaming button, which sends out notifications to people that subscribe to this channel. That, at least sometimes, I think I have to hit the bell or something to make it reliable. I don't know. I don't really pay too much attention to how YouTube does that nowadays. It's so weird. But, yeah. That's probably your best bet, because I don't really announce anywhere else. It's just YouTube. This is a 24 FPS animation. I usually just stick to 24. Unless I'm doing game animation, which in that case I use 60 FPS. But otherwise, 24. Let's go jitter there, yeah. Now this. It's not. No, it's not. Wow. Interesting. Let's want that. Get rid of those. We can do that. Oh, thank you for the donation, by the way. Forgot about that too. Let's see. I'm not sure what you mean by that question. I'm not sure how to answer it. I'm just not sure what you're asking. Something about rigging, but I don't know exactly what answer you're looking for. There. That's let's just focus on this now. Okay, well, for shape keys, I use them pretty much completely for the face. The only time where I don't use shape keys is part of the lips. So this is like, I think the only part of the face. Can you center it, please? Come on. Hello. The only part of the face where it's actually driven by normal vertex weights and stuff, bone deformation, but yeah, like for the center of the lips. But the lip corners are shape keys. All this is shape key driven. Oh, the jaw. The jaw is bone deformed as well. The jaw and the nose. Part of the lashes are? Yeah, the lashes have some bone deformation, but mostly driven by shape keys so that it stays aligned with the eyelids, which are completely shape key driven. Yeah. Now I just need to focus on this for a bit. It shouldn't take nearly as long. It's nowhere near as hard to pose. It's shorter. It's nowhere near as that's taking nearly as much space, etc. etc. So let me find where I need to start working on that. Oh yeah, I might as well just show what I've got so far anyway, from beginning to end. How much armature you're using? I don't know how to answer that. I'm not sure what you're asking. I mean, the body itself only uses one armature, which is just this right here. That's the armature, which is the entire collection of bones that controls most of the animation. The hair is on its own armature. The horn is on its own armature. But that's it. Yeah. The wings have a bunch of armatures too, but like that's, I might change some of that later. The wings are such a mess. Is that even on camera? Yeah, this is actually. supposed to have this on, just to show what I'm pressing. There we go. Why do I have to manually turn that on? It never stays on when you restart Blender, so it's just a matter of remembering to turn it back on every time I stream. A fur texture? I mean, I technically already use texturing of some sort for the fur, but like it's fake, obviously. I've done testing with real fur particles, but they are a pain to work with for animation purposes, so I choose not to. Long story. I've showed it before. I wish I could, but it's just not feasible right now. Check the FAQ for why everything looks so poly. It's mainly for performance reasons, for viewport, but yeah. It's not gonna look like this in the final render. Yeah, this is Unicorn Twilight. Alicorn Twilight. I have set up for the proportions because Alicorn Twilight is a bit taller, and that's set up that I can enable that when I need it. I just don't have her wings yet. Her Alicorn wings are gonna be a challenge, but not a priority at this point. It's for later. The game works fine. I started working on these models back in late 2016. But to be clear, if I were to start working on these models again from scratch with all of my current knowledge, it wouldn't take me 4 years. Most of the 4 years were spent learning and trial and error and such. But now that I know a lot more, I can get back to this point probably within a couple months. If that. There's nowhere I could recommend for learning this kind of stuff, like rigging and animation and stuff. That's all self-taught. I didn't really use many external resources for that. So, I can't really help there. Oh wait, I think I forgot a part there. Yeah. All right. Let me do a quick little check on the tail because that is clipping a little bit here. It's only like right here, right? Okay. Key it there. Let's do the right leg. Right leg. Foot. Yeah, center on that. Should just be like that. How's that look? Yeah, a little jitter. Let me fix that. Or maybe push it in. That's probably all I have to do, right? Yeah. Not much else. Wait, what song are you talking about? Not this one, clearly. This is Battle vs. Rayquaza for Pokemon Mystery Dungeon 1. And this one is also from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon 1, Frosty Grotto. This one here. It's about to end, so I can go on to the next one here. Yeah, there we go. Ideally, like in the perfect scenario, you would want a bone for each strand of hair, so that each strand can be independent. So, my hair rig is drastically simplified compared to how hair should actually move. So, no, I'm not using too many. I'm clearly using way less than I should if I were using individual strands. But I can't do that. That's too much. Too much work, too much manual work, so it's not feasible. And I say strands because this is how it'll look in the final render. Well, at least close to it, where the hair actually looks like it has strands, right? It's not real strands, it's just textures on the meshes that are layered through an onion skinning method. If we look like inside the tail, for instance, you can see the layered meshes like all meet up here. It's just how the system works. Okay, this lock is really on. Just get rid of that. I don't need it anymore. Anyway, you can see the skinning, the onion skinning effect for each layer. So I think that's it for the hair, but there's still more I want to do. So, and both of them won't take too long. I want to get to the ears. The secondary motion for that, and the lashes. And that's generally all I think to do. I think there's much more than that. She'll be getting her wings eventually. Again, this is Unicorn Twilight, like fully. This is full Unicorn Twilight, pre-season 3 finale. So, you know, unicorn proportions, not instead of alicorn proportions. I have a setup where I can toggle on her alicorn proportions at any time when I need to animate her for things where she needs to be an alicorn for, like the matching inside, she'll be an alicorn for that. But I don't have wings for her yet, but her proportions are set up. So if I were to move this up, she gets a bit taller, and this is alicorn Twilight proportions. She gets quite a bit taller, as you can tell. Actually, does this animation still work? It's probably not gonna fully work. I am shocked it's translating that well, actually. Yeah, I figured it'd be a little offset here. Yeah. Oh, no, actually, no. Dang, okay. I'm surprised it worked as well as it did. Dang. How about that? But again, I don't have Alicorn Twilight set up fully yet, so I don't want to use that. I need her wings first before I actually start rendering her out for final renders and stuff. So, unicorn. Okay. Oh, there's a lot of comments. Oh my goodness. I will not be doing any of the princesses at this time, other than Twilight. She's the only princess that I plan on using for any of my projects that I anticipate on doing in the future. Cadence, Celestia, Luna, not in the foreseeable future. Just trying to catch up on comments here. Hold on. Hold up. Yeah, I would hope these models are better than Hello Pinkie Pie. I would hope. I'd have severe self-doubt if it wasn't. Hello Pinkie Pie is something special. Yeah, micro expressions are really important to me. It's something I've always focused on. Like every time she looks around, this comment mentioned that the eyes flicker like this. Micro expressions have always been something I've focused on for facial animation. As you can see the cheeks puff up a little bit too, like being all nervous and embarrassed a little bit that she got freaked out at nothing. All that stuff. Tells the story. If you don't do this, it doesn't really make the story clear. Like, oh, she freaked out at nothing. Well, yeah, exactly. So yeah. That's something I feel like I've always had a decent strength on. I've always been pretty good at it. And another thing I tend to focus on that isn't related to face is continuous motion. That's one of my main focuses when I do animation, is make sure the animation itself doesn't hit brick walls. Like figuratively speaking, like if you animate something poorly, it might look like sometimes the body hits a brick wall out of nowhere that's out of thin air, because the animation just suddenly stops. It doesn't continue its motion realistically, so it just looks fake and not animated well. That's something I always focus on with animation as well. Sometimes it's a bit tough, but yeah, it's just one of the things I focus on. I'm still not caught up. Oh my goodness. Okay. I missed a lot. Yeah, okay, I answered these. I didn't scroll up. Okay, I answered those. Yep, scroll past that. Yep. Yep. People stay late as well. Attention to detail. The FAQ I think goes over why I got into animation, but I don't have any information on like how I can tell you to get started on it, because almost everything I do related to animation is self-taught, so I can't point to any sort of resources or anything like that. That's at least nothing I can vouch for properly. I'm sure it's out there. I know there's decent online animation schools. It's just I've never attended any of it. Though I probably should at some point. It'll probably be good for me, because there are still some things I struggle with that I could probably iron out there, get some assistance from people that actually know what they're doing. But even though I don't really know what I'm doing. Okay, I'm almost caught up. Sorry, I'm kind of slow at reading through these things. Just want to make sure I don't miss anything. Let's see. Alright, I think I'm caught up now. Like I said though, I don't think I can really give advice on how to get started with animation and such. I can certainly point to a Blender guru for if you want to start learning Blender in general. He doesn't do animation, but he has a lot of good tutorials on how to use Blender, and he has a very good beginner tutorial series if you want to get started in Blender. Blender is free to use, so as long as you have the hardware for it, you can jump to Blender Guru. He's a YouTuber. You can just search Blender Guru on YouTube, and you'll find him. Look up his donut beginner tutorial, and that's how you can start it with Blender if that's what you want. But I can't really point towards anything more specific than that, because most of what I know is self-taught, and I can only vouch for Blender Guru because that's someone I happened to watch early on. So yeah, Yeah, this animation will be on YouTube. That is correct. Okay. Sorry that took a while. That took a bit. Okay. Back to this. Actually I don't need the main now. Okay. That's not what I meant. The main rig. There we go. Where's the ears again? There they are. I should bake Wiggle Physics for it first, right? Because I have that set up. Oh, Blender crashed. This is a different scene. Perfect. Hold on. Is it scene 7? Yeah, we're good. Save. I don't know what it crashed on. That's so weird. I think I hit this. I think this crashes Blender right now for some reason. Go into the constraints while you're in a pose mode. Don't click that then. I mean, it depends on who you are. Like, obviously I find this cool and stuff, but do you? I can't tell you to like it. That's up to you. That's purely on you. I can't. It wouldn't be right of me to say, you should get into this because you'll like it. I don't know that. It's not for everyone. It's not fair to say that. It's inspirational and all that, but it's not true. It's not very good advice. What keeps me motivated is the end result. I always look forward to how it'll look in the end. It's why I've stuck to the matching inside and made it in 3D for so long. Because I've always looked to what it'll look like in the end. And it's something that I've always wanted to do, and it's essentially going to be my love letter to the show. Show my appreciation of what it's done for me. The length of time it takes to do animation varies depending on what you do for it. There's no set amount of time I can give. It completely varies depending on what you're trying to do. Okay. The hair is getting wiggle physics, even though it's already animated. Nice. So I'm just gonna bake these. Bake. And bake action. Selected visual overwrite. Okay, turn that off. So it's already got some subtle movement. Though, actually, I don't know if posing the ears down would help push this pose, or if it's going to make it worse, but it doesn't hurt to at least try, so let's pose that. to push it. Yes. Yeah, I think it works, so I might as well. And now I'll have to rebake the ears again with this motion. Yeah, this works. It's fine. Now maybe I can make some macro expressions with the ears as well. Because the ears are pretty expressive for ponies, so they're kind of part of the expression, so I should probably consider that. Probably not for the start here, because it's pretty tame. But once we get to her realizing she's scared of nothing, stares off to space, should probably do something for that. I'll play what I have so far once I'm done with this. I'm pretty close to being done here. Once I'm done with the ears, which will be done in like less than 10 minutes, I'll play through it. Once I'm done with the ears, I'll do some polishing of the primary motion with the legs. The front legs kind of have some parts where it's kind of like jittering a bit. I can fix that up pretty quick, but once I'm done with that, I think the animation would be... I think I would consider the animation to be done, I think. I don't think there's much more to do, right? Once I'm with the ears and polish the legs. No. Yeah, once I'm done, I think I might end the stream, but I'm not sure. You'll see. I want to see how I'm feeling once I'm done with this. I want her ears to be straight here. In fact, all the way through, because I want her to try to... What's the way to say this? Like, she's trying to unstartle herself because she's a little embarrassed. So she straightens herself out, including the ears. So that straightens out. But I might do some sort of ear flick or something for this. I'm not sure. Just trying to imagine what I would do. Try to think. What's a good idea? Yeah, so let's try this. Actually, pull it back further. This works better, right?
From the hold you have in my heart, and even if the world tells us it's wrong, you're in my head like a catchy song.
And I think I'll have to eardrop a bit more. Actually looks down.
Seasons change and leaves may fall, but I'll be with you through them all. And rain or shine, you'll always be mine. On a prickly path that goes on for miles, you're the only one who makes it all worthwhile.
Maybe it's a bit much. Put it there instead.
And you should not blame me too if I can't help falling in love with you.
Maybe it should be more gradual. Yeah, it's too fast. So instead of this, we just do an ease out. Yeah. Ugh. Gotta close the window. Ugh. Should I complain about my neighbors on stream? Ugh. It stinks. Let's just say they're smoking something out there. I hate that smell so much. Ugh. Ugh. Now it's gonna get really warm in here. I'm literally sitting next to my most intense heater. In fact, probably the hottest thing in this entire house being my computer, so it's gonna get warm fast. I mean, it's not just smoke. It's not just smoke. It's a bit different. And I'm not a fan. Not, at least not of the smell. Ugh. I mean, you can send me feedback here. Like, I read through this entire chat. Once I start falling behind, I try to read through what I've missed. It's not like this live stream is too, like, active in terms of its chat. So I'm able to look back and read through. It might become difficult if this stream for some reason starts becoming way more popular, but I kind of have a hard time seeing that. Make it one frame later. Yeah. Check the FAQ. All the basic answers, like what program I'm using, is all answered there. You can check it out. Also, this layout is meant to fit the full screen. There we go. Now you can see it there. Okay. I think we're good now. I'll just go ahead and mirror what I did to the other side. Oh.
I have to find a way to make this all.
Now let's
I can't believe
fade.
small
Might
mistake
expect 2. There we go.
could have caused so much harm.
And
Oh,
0, 265. Settings good. Alright.
something is wrong, it's plain to see. This isn't how it's meant to be. And you can see it like I do. It's
Turn
not
that
the
off.
life
There you
that's
go.
meant for you. Oh, why? Oh, why?
Yeah, there we go.
Losing
So now Woga physics are applied to the ears, which sort of just does all the overshoots and stuff for me. And the results are usually good, so I might as well stick with it. It's faster, more efficient.
to you. I'll try, and I'll try,
Alright.
I'll try.
So oh yeah. I forgot about the lashes. I didn't mention that earlier. That's another thing. So I need to do the legs and then the lashes. Got it. Okay. Let's do the legs now. It's a quick fix for 2 sections, but I think it's the left one that's responsible for everything going weird. Right? That's pretty fast, right? Move that back. Want this actually. Probably. Yeah. Put it back over. Like that. Okay. Now I want to have this bone for this section here. Yeah, see that pop there? It just becomes straight for a split second. That is a mistake. I'll fix that by doing that. Still kind of popping on. Okay. We're good now. The purple part? I mean, her entire mane has different shades of purple, so I'm not sure what you mean. What needs fixing exactly? I'm not really seeing any problems, personally. At least that's not related to subdivision or using... Yeah. Turn that on. Clipping isn't as much of a problem there when I turn that on, so it's not really a problem. I'm not sure what you mean. Okay. Anyway, lashes. Lashes. So, it's just this for now. These bones here. Let me put on the face cam here. Alright, so mainly the lashes will only move when the eyelids close or like flicker generally. I could also do it for like the body motion, but that's kind of harder to do. But, I mean, I could just bake wiggle physics, right? I think I have that set up, right? Don't I? No, I don't. Well, maybe I could set that up. You can do that for me. But not for the eyelids. That has to be manual, because the deform bone here doesn't move with the eyelids, so the wiggle physics won't add to that. I have to do that myself. So let's bring it back down to 0. I just want to make sure the eyelashes weren't clipping for real into the eyelids. So that is what I want to first do. Oh, you know what? Before I forget, I'm probably going to forget if I don't do this now. Get the eye shine set up. I don't know if I'll use the eye shines for the main attraction, or the Magic Inside 3D, because there's so much things that are getting reflected into the eyes. It's probably not going to be necessary, but for a simple scene like this, I do want these eye shines, otherwise the eyes just look empty and weird. So, let's delete all that. Let's see it here. Now, I should lock the camera to the head again. keep trying to center the camera, but it doesn't really work when I lock the camera to the head. It just becomes weird. Ugh. Yeah, they were clearly just trolling. Not a big deal. I mean, if there's people like that in chat, just ignore them. They're clearly looking for reactions, though. They probably don't even genuinely believe their words. They're just trying to incite a reaction. So, just ignore it. Why is this thing recommended? I mean, that's not a question for me to answer. You have to ask people at YouTube. Oh. I'll probably use that for the other flickers. But this one I definitely want it to move the motion, considering how exaggerated it is. If I'm doing work of physics, it'll probably still do it automatically though. Yeah, I think I would. I'll do that. Yeah. Okay. It's still done. I mean, every artist starts off, I mean, usually starts off doing work that isn't good. That's how I started off. But you have to power through that. You have to be willing to understand that you're not going to start off doing amazing work. You need to actually commit to learning to get better. Which, if you're actually willing to learn, you will likely improve and actually become confident at what you're trying to do. So don't give up. There is no link to this playlist because it is on my computer. I mean, even these MOP models start off looking really, really bad. If you look at my very first animation I published on this channel for these models, it looks kind of crap. It looked like crap. Some people still seem to be impressed by it, but when I look back at the first iteration of this MOP model that was published in early 2017? Yeah, January, right? So, like, it just looks bad. But it's still up, so if you want to look at it, it's there. Overshoot and then back to neutral. It's a little delayed. Yeah. Push that forward. That's better. Okay. I think I want to push this out a little further. Just exaggerate it. I'll do another overshoot going down as well. Let's get faster. I'll just interrupt what I've done here so I can do this flick.
Who are you? I am the spirit of hearth-warming yet to come. Are you here to show me what future hearth-warming leaves are like? No, for there are no more hearth-warming leaves for me to show.
Do it again.
Why not? You will succeed in erasing the holiday as you wished. And what happens? I see a cold wind blowing. I see Daisy from your free.
Slide over shoot and then back to neutral.
I see a future caused by.
Slower.
I see a path not meant to be.
No.
Future should be
Okay.
dreams and wishes brought to life. The days ahead are dark and tragic. No time for hope when all is strife. Whatever might have been, all the dreams that ponies share. Because of you, snowfall frost. Now the future is a cold nightmare.
I mean, technically it's my job because I have a contract job for 3D animation for a game that is unannounced, so I can't say much more than that. But I'm also doing this technically as a job. So my Patreon for my MLP content like this, that's part of my income, as well as income from the stream as well, because there's been a lot of donations through the stream, so there's also that. So yeah, this is technically also my job. I don't work anywhere else, so yeah. I don't know why I'd lower the FOV in my viewport. The FOV in my viewport doesn't matter for the final result. If I tighten it too much, I won't be able to see much. It just feels like I have tunnel vision, which I don't want. If it looks weird in the viewport, that's fine. Who cares? I can look at the model at this angle, and the face looks distorted because the snout is rotated in a way that is meant for this camera angle, but not for this camera angle. But that's fine, because that's not the final result. So the FOV or the model looking weird at certain angles doesn't matter. It only matters for this camera, right here. That's it. If you have to sleep, you probably should go to bed, because you never know how long this stream will last. Sometimes I might say it will end soon, but sometimes it goes on for 13 hours. So don't stay up. Don't do it. If you need to go to bed, do that. Why? What? Is this some weird gimbal lock? What's going on? I didn't do anything weird. It can't be gimbal lock, it's Corian. What's going on? What? Oh, screw this keyframe, it's busted. What the heck? I haven't had that happen in a while. So weird. Alright. Let's interrupt the keyframe here for this. In fact, I can just reuse this. So I'm gonna start the same motion. Sort of the same, actually. It's a little different timing, actually. Get rid of this keyframe. So rotate you over there. Keep it neutral here, given that it has momentum. Yeah, a little bit up, just slightly. Go down. Yeah. I'm using hashed. I'm using hashed for everything that's transparent in EV. Because it's the most accurate transparency method. You don't get any weird blending issues or alpha ordering issues, I believe is the term. I think. Alpha sorting? Is it? Something like that. Because I've noticed that issue pops up all the time with my models if I don't have hashed on. The main downside of hash is that it gets really noisy, given, like, you can see it clearly with the eyes. there's a transparent layer, as you can see, to the eyes. You can see as I go through it. It's noisy because of the same reason. It's set to alpha hashed. So I just don't want to deal with blending, sorting errors, or whatever you call it. Wasn't Hazbin Hotel a collaboration between a ton of animators? I don't know if it's similar to that, because I'm a one-man show here. Unless there's context I'm missing there. Yeah, that's a lot. Trying to get the good pivot point for the camera is so annoying when it's locked. Whatever. pushing it too far. That is the start button. So I just want to do a mirror to the other side now. Pretty much. Because it's not going to change that much. The eyelids are in sync at the moment. I might offset it a little bit after this, though. But might as well do this now. Before I have done that. Yeah, Pokemon music. Right now, this is Pokemon Black and White, Reshiram, Zekrom, the battle music. I even said before that you need to check the FAQ. I've answered that question there. Check the pinned comment, check up here, and the description. The description is linked. The description has a link to the FAQ. So please check that before asking questions. also do a test render with subdivision on, make sure everything still looks good with that. Before I do that though, I do want to configure this. No gravity, no stretching. Just want to see how it looks. Ignore the main. The main's gonna be weird right now. Yeah, that's. Needs to be way more stiff than that. As you can see from this view, the eyelashes are moving a lot more based on the body movement, which is the idea of what I'm doing here. That looks good. I think that'll do. Let's bake that. What? Where'd it go? What? Oh, I was in the wrong. I have to do it in the 3D view. 0. Overwrite. Alright, turn that off. Hold on. I never know what to use with this, or I never know what to do with this controller, which is a nose scrunch, but I don't even think it. Let me turn this off. Because it looks kind of ugly, because I've never really touched this since 2 years ago. It's probably not worth using. I'll have to like fix it up later. Yeah, screw it. I'm not gonna worry about that. It would fit, I'm pretty sure. Just I gotta make that better. I'm not gonna worry about that yet. I think we're done here. I'll just do a test render and see how it looks using Eevee. I want to bring in the high poly here. And render that out. So give it some time. It'll probably take 10-15 minutes to do this. Am I working on a new project? I mean, this is technically a new project. It's just very short term. Because it's just a test animation for Twilight. One of the major characters, so I figured I might as well do one for her. But, yeah. I will be going back to the machine side pretty soon. And I've already done some work on it off stream, so it's not like I haven't made progress. Bones you made above the Twilight? Still rendering, so I have to... Yeah, I'm assuming you mean these levers. These are like just toggles and stuff for some constraints that I have set up. I'll show a bit more of that later if I remember. There we go. Yeah, it's gonna take a bit. What's the subdivision now? Two? That is pretty tame. Okay. Alright. Whatever. I'm pretty sure it's mostly just the sampling and the motion blur contributing to the length of the render here. It kind of is related to the main project, because it is good to test a new rig that I make, especially for a character that's going to be one of the main characters that are on screen. In Twilight, Twilight is the first character that appears in right before colorature is introduced. So, yeah, there's that. And the only other characters that are like ever in the main focus during the whole scene is Applejack and the Kingdom Crusaders. And of course, colorature herself, which I've thoroughly tested over the years, so I'm pretty sure that's fine. I'm not making the intro. I am just doing a test animation using Twilight. Just testing the model, making sure it's working fine. And there's not much... there's not much I need to okay, let me rephrase that. After doing some testing, I did make some changes, and there's not much anymore I have to change. And if I didn't do the testing, I'd run into these problems during my animation process for the main attraction. So yeah, it's just testing out the model. Testing out Twilight's mane and stuff. And the big test is how well it'll look when it's actually finally rendered in cycles where the hair actually looks like hair instead of plastic or whatever. Because yes, the Eevee render still has hair strands and stuff, but doesn't support anisotropics, which makes the hair effect look way more convincing. So, that's not present at this time. Only in cycles. Rigging is by far the most complicated thing I could give advice on. I don't know where to start with you, to be honest.
I'm here to show you who I am. Throw off the veil.
Yeah, I don't know where to start. Again, just like animation, rigging is also something I pretty much self-taught myself. Again, not many outside resources other than doing some basic, like, documentation research on some of the features of Blender rigging, but other than that, mostly self-taught. So I don't know. I could start an explanation, but I'm pretty sure I'd just ramble on for a long time. I kind of don't want to do that right now. I mean, I started self-teaching myself. That's how I started. I just started experimenting on my own. It's not the best advice because obviously self-teaching isn't the best for everyone, and it's not going to work for everyone as well. Some people just won't be able to self-teach themselves. They'll need some help. And I'm not the best person to ask because I can't point you to any sort of resource or anything like that. No. Like I said, I don't want to ramble on. Because it's going to be technical, and I would want, like, a visual. I want to show things as well. Like, I can't do that while I'm rendering. If I just talk, most people won't understand what I'm saying. Because rigging is very technical, and most people won't understand. Especially without showing something visual to go along with what I'm saying. Yeah, you will see the cycles render. The cycles render will be what's on YouTube. It'll have similar lighting conditions to this, but it'll actually be unbiased lighting, and as well will support more accurate shading for the hair, pretty much. And when I say unbiased, whenever I say unbiased lighting, it's essentially just meaning the lighting is basically completely realistic without any trickery, because it's all ray traced, physically accurate lighting. While what we are seeing right now on screen is an Eevee render, which is fake. It's not using ray tracing. It is essentially using similar lighting you'd see in video games and such. So it's all real time in quotes. So, even though this is technically not real time, because there's a lot of sampling going on with the the motion blur, as well as the giving enough samples for the eyes and stuff, so it's not too noisy. So yeah, I won't be able to help you with more advanced stuff without devoting a lot of my own personal time to teach you, which I don't think I'm willing to do. I mean, it's not to be rude or anything. It's just I don't think I'd be willing to be a tutor to anyone, especially considering my own experience as self-taught. I wouldn't be a very good teacher. You'd have to ask around or go to a school or something if you actually want more advanced stuff to be taught. Or you could try self-teaching yourself, but that is not a guarantee to work. So yeah, that's the main downside. Schools can be pricey. There are online schools I don't think are too bad in price, but I can't vouch for it. I've never gone to one or attended one of the online schools for animation. I'm sure it's a great resource. I just don't know how expensive they'd get. And I don't know which one would be best either. Don't mind me, I'm just snacking a little bit while we wait. Yeah, I technically do this as a job. My Patreon and also the super chats in this live stream have helped support me doing animation for MLP, pretty much. and I would consider it my job because it's actually my most reliable source of income, my Patreon. And it's starting to become my live streams now too. I'm not too sure. It depends. I mean, given most donations during a live stream is pretty spontaneous, I wouldn't consider it reliable income, but it is an income source for a job. I can usually work pretty long for animation, like long hours, because... How do I explain this? So let me give an example of where I can't do something for too long. For those that don't know, I also like to play video games at like a competitive level. So if I do speedruns of Rayman Legends or play Team Fortress 2 competitively or whatever, playing those for long periods of time is pretty intense because there's hardly any downtime where I can just relax or try to think slowly. Usually those games are like pretty fast paced, do a lot of thinking real fast, and it tends to wear you out faster. But when I do animation and stuff, my brain slows down quite a bit because I don't need to be thinking on the fly instantaneously or whatever. So slowing myself down, letting myself think instead of trying to rush through things or try to be too optimal with how I'm working, which is probably not the best advice to give, but that's just how my brain works. I just try not to work too fast. Try to relax. This isn't very intense work. It's just tedious. But it's not too bad if you take it slow, which doesn't sound intuitive, I guess, because usually you want to speed up tedium so it doesn't last as long, but it's not as draining. It's the main point. I don't know. It's probably not great advice. It's just how I work. What's worked for me. This animation specifically isn't part of the Magic Inside, no. It isn't. It's just a test animation. But this test animation is meant to test this model's rigging for the hair and stuff to make sure it's working as intended, so that I can then use Twilight's main rig for the Magic Inside. Because she's at the start of the Magic Inside as she introduces Color Chura. I'm pretty sure there's cheaper options for animation tutoring and stuff. $40,000 doesn't sound right for like the average course. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't sound right to me. I do technically get paid through Patreon for this. Yes. I'm doing a little bit of the before and after of the song as well. So I'm doing the introduction where Color Chura gets introduced with Twilight introducing Color Chura, I mean. And where Color Chura gives her speech before the song. And I'll probably do a bit of the outro as well. I'm not sure if I'll do the outro song, which is the Equestria, the Land I Love reprise. I'm not sure yet. That is still up in the air. But I do plan to do all the stuff before that, though, at least. At least most of it. You'll see. Because that's an extra, like, 1,000 or 1,500 frames or something. It's a lot of frames. Let's see if I'm up to it. Twilight does have wings, yes. I'm not concerned about the wings, though, because she doesn't use the wings in that episode. They're just all folded up. At least during that section of the episode. What I'm more concerned about is her proportions as an alicorn, which I already have set up. The model you're looking at right now isn't using that, but it is working. I can toggle on alicorn proportions where she gets a bit taller, using a little lever that I have built into the rig. Which I will be using that to animate her during the Magic Inside introduction. I can worry about the wings later because she simply doesn't use it. She doesn't use the wings at all. So that's a later step. I don't know when, just whenever I feel up to it. It's not a priority by any means. I just have to get it done at some point before I finalize the project. Who knows when that'll be. It's pretty vague. Pretty vague.
Vampire bats will give you a fright. Eating apples both day and night. They rest for a minute, may be free. Then they're eating every apple in your apple tree.
Frame 123. So we started on frame 48. And now we're at 123. And there's 265 frames total. So yeah, this will take a bit. Probably take a bathroom break while we're here. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use a bathroom. Here we go. Be right back.
But do they ever think what others may want? No, they don't. And that is just a fact. These bats, they simply don't know how to act.
That's where I have to disagree. They're loyal to their family, spreading seeds both far and wide.
You see one coming, you better run and hide. They're big and ugly and mean as sin. Will you look at the state my trees are in?
They help your trees, they'll grow stronger, faster.
They've turned my life to a total disaster.
Well, I for one don't have a doubt. These vermin must be stamped right out.
I second that. They've got to go. These bats, they've got to hit the road. It comes down to just one simple fact. They've crossed the line, it's time to fight them.
Stop the bats, stop the bats, make them go and not come back. Stop the bats, make them go and not come back. Stop the bats, make them go and not come back.
Yes, it comes down to just one simple fact. They've crossed the line, it's time that we attack.
Let's all work together to make this castle shine. Once we add some sparkle, it'll feel.
I am back.
It'll feel.
Okay. Let's transition. Boom. Okay.
Apples and bales of hay just makes you feel at home.
Furry friends and some poppin' jays, so she won't be alone. And we'll make this castle home.
Yeah. I really like Don't Mind at Night. It's one of the only fandom songs I still have on my playlist to constantly listen to, because it's actually, I've talked about this before, it's even in my FAQ, I go over it briefly, but that the Don't Mind at Night music video from Jan Animation Studios is what got me into the fandom in the first place.
Bright curtains afloat.
fair to say that if it wasn't for that that animation, I probably wouldn't be here.
More garden supplies. Getting hugs from this nice big friendly bear. Decorate with some gemstones bright and rare. More of this and that. Don't forget the party hats. How can holy awesome ask for more than that?
Alright, so let me actually do some quick math here. So, we have 265 frames total. We have this many frames left. We have 7.5 seconds each. Okay, so we have about 15 minutes left. 15 minutes left of rendering. Just about. So, still gotta sit back. I'm actually pretty sure the saving process of PNGs actually take quite a bit of time as well for Blender. Especially when you have compression set to 100%. It takes quite a bit of time to save each PNG. So I guess I should have used JPEGs, but whatever. JPEGs don't take nearly as long to save in Blender. Just the part of the song. That's all I'm doing. Animating a whole episode would be its own daunting task. It's a lot of work for one person to do. Granted, the main attraction isn't that complicated of an episode. There's only like a few places. You have the orchard, you have the stage. In terms of like sets and setting and stuff. I think that's it. Right? It's just a stage in the orchard, and I think they're in front of the barn peeling apples for like one scene. I think that's it. So in terms of setting, it wouldn't be too bad, but most of the work would come with all the assets for the sets and the animation for each scene. Which is still a lot, because it's 22 whole minutes. And rendering... Don't get me started on rendering. That would take a long time too. PNGs are better because they are lossless compression. However, this is only a test animation. So I should have just gone with JPEGs because going with high quality lossless compression isn't the best option. I don't need to waste this much time doing a test to render because yeah, I want to do PNGs for Cycle's final renders. Make sure it's lossless. Yeah, that's for sure. But for something like this, I should have just done JPEGs. I'm eating Cheetos. Yeah, I'm one of those guys. Cheetos. Of course, the matching side is always going to be something I'll be working towards. That is never going to get canceled or anything. Never. Not in your life. I'll make it happen one way or another. No. My export settings is just PNG right now. I have it set to PNG. That's it. With 100% compression. Which means it'll compress it as much as it possibly can without losing detail. So it's lossless compression, which takes time to calculate. JPEG compression is a lot... I wouldn't say simpler. There's an algorithm to it, but it isn't as inefficient. I guess it's the best way to go about it. Go about explaining it. It is baked Cheetos. Baked standard Cheetos. I am not at the end. Like I said, the magic inside is still being worked on. I have that answer in the FAQ. What got me into 3D animation? Look at the FAQ. It's there. It's a long story. I have it explained there. I didn't learn from anyone specifically. I know you're trying to figure out what's going on with me and how I learned this, but I'm self-taught. Self-taught. Completely. Pretty much. I have inspiration and stuff, but only from, like, finished projects from, like, studios and stuff. So, Pixar, for example. It's one of, the animation studios I've always followed ever since I was a kid, essentially. But yeah. That's as good of an answer as I can give. I'll be playing back this animation once it's done rendering. It still has like 12 minutes left in it to finish. Where's all the fam? I'm not sure what you mean by fam. Usually that's short for family. But I don't think that makes sense in that context. I'm not sure if that's what you meant. Oh yeah, the Patreon paywall for the Discord server. Yeah, it's every month. The Patreon that I have is set up that I get paid every month. for everyone that's subscribed to it. Okay. It is 2 in the morning for me. Which is normal for me, because my sleep schedule is like... I think most commonly is more in sync with like the Australian time zone than it is my own time zone. I think. Probably. But it fluctuates all the time though. It's just on average, it's usually there. Oh, it is the best stream. Best stream for hearing someone nom on a bunch of Cheetos. As we wait for a render, that takes 7.5 seconds per frame to render. But we're almost there. Again, 265 is the frame number. That's the ending point. That's the last frame. And you can see the frame counter right here on the top left. So. Let's see, how much time is left? Oh, that's not right. What did I type wrong? 265 minus 160. That's how many frames are left, times 7.5, divided by 60. There we go. 8 minutes. That animation you're referring to, that Sonic one, oh man. That was before I took animation seriously. It was more like a general hobby I had in Blender. Because I started learning Blender in 2010, which is when I was in middle school. And I didn't really know what I wanted to do in Blender for a while. I tinkered with a lot of possibilities. But I just kind of just used Blender for fun for most of that time. Just learning a bunch of stuff. But I ultimately landed on animation. And with that, I also kind of evolved into learning rigging as well. Not so much modeling, I've learned a decent amount, but I'm certainly not very good at it. It took me a while to get this model where it is today. Mostly because of what I didn't know of when it comes to modeling. It is not my strong point. Okay. Bilingual is someone who speaks 2 languages, I believe. If you speak 3 languages, it'd be trilingual. I would assume. The prefix would suggest that that would work, so. Make a series with Blender? That's pretty ambitious, dude. If you aren't even familiar with Blender, I always recommend looking up Blender Guru on YouTube. He has a good beginner tutorial series if you want to get started with Blender, but if you're trying to do this all on your own, make an animated series, it's pretty ambitious. Is it doable? It's up to you to decide, but that's a lot of work. Blender is only on computers. You can use Blender on Macs and Linux computers, but you can't use it on mobile hardware, really. And even if you could get it to run using like a bunch of workarounds or whatever, it's not going to run well. Blender is not made to run on mobile chipsets by any means. Not even remotely. It's not built for it. So if you get it running on something like that, it's gonna be slow as heck. There's only 3 PC operating systems that are like the main operating systems. You have Windows, Macintosh, Linux. HP is not an operating system. That is a brand that is a computer hardware brand. If you have an HP computer, the likelihood of you having a Windows operating system is pretty high. There are 2. Well, technically not 265. It's 265 minus 48. 217 frames total in this animation. I didn't know HP made Chromebooks. I know Acer did, right? Yeah, Acer's one of them. Though technically Chromebooks are running on Linux, I believe, as a basis to their own operating system, Chrome OS. But it's a pretty locked down version of Linux, right? Yeah. So it's not like you can get Blender to run on it, I don't think. Not that I know of, at least. Oh, if you have an image of something that's critiquing of what I'm doing, it's probably best to send it through Twitter, because YouTube live stream chats don't support sending links. If you try to send a link through the chat, no one's going to see it. I'm not even going to see it, because it gets filtered away like that. So, you'd have to send it to me through Twitter. Twitter, or maybe DeviantArt, if you have that as well. Yeah, once this is done rendering, you can take a look at the final result of what I have here for the animation. It's pretty much done at this point. I'm just doing an EV test render before I start doing the final render in cycles, where all the lighting is unbiased and I also have better looking hair. So. We have 33 frames left. Ugh. Yeah, this is Unicorn Twilight. This is pre-season 3 finale. At least this model is meant to be the Twilight is before season 3. The magic inside will have Unicorn Twilight though. Ugh. Alright. So close. Now be sure to check the FAQ before asking questions. That's one of the questions I get a lot, and that's definitely answered in the FAQ, so be sure to check that. It's in the description. The eyebrows are hidden for this render. They aren't necessary, so they're hidden away. Eyebrows are weird for MLP because they don't always have them. They only appear when they are needed. And yeah, that means I kind of have to hide it when I don't need it as well. Because they aren't necessary sometimes, they just kind of get in the way for like very neutral poses and such. And for this entire sequence, I didn't really need it, so. Okay, I've been stalling. I definitely need a cough. My throat keeps doing this to me. I already said this. Please check the FAQ in the description before asking questions. Please. Please. I really don't want to repeat myself. I thought I made that clear. 19 frames left. Cool. The magic inside has not gotten old to me. Trust me, I won't be getting old. It won't sound old to me. Yeah, I guess that's the best way to say it. Speaking of horse forming, another one coming up. Seas of the past.
And every little big choice you make sends you down a path to who you are today.
This animation might take a long time to render in cycles. I might do a test render of a single frame to see how long that takes. You can probably get a decent estimate of how long that would take.
Looks like you're not too upset. It's hard to
But it's going to take a lot longer than 7.5 seconds to render a frame in cycles, that's for sure. Take minutes, probably.
Just look at who you were back then. The seeds as they grow, look what they can show. Reveal the truth time and again.
Yeah, the eyelids are not used to show the expression of the brows.
Standing there, don't know what to do.
Basically ever. They always get pushed down by brow contours.
Make it hurt less, so you
Brow contours or actual eyebrows, depending on the character.
and in that moment, though you didn't know it,
Coloratura, fun fact, has actual eyebrows. They aren't contours, they're always there, pretty much.
only you become today.
Not always. They actually do disappear a little bit during the outro sequence of the Magic Inside. Like, after the song's done, they vanish.
Grow up so fast.
But generally, they're always there. And they have a unique purple color to it, so it's not just a contour, it's an actual eyebrow.
We can't let go. All tied to this one.
For Eevee, yes. Almost every frame takes the same amount of time for Eevee. But for cycles, no. For cycles, usually the thing that varies the render times the most between frame by frame, is motion blur. So if there's a lot of motion between two frames, those frames will take a lot longer to animate or to render than frames where there's not a lot of motion. So that's one of the bigger variant factors for this specific animation when it comes time to rendering it in cycles. No, I have to do the estimation calculation myself to get a good idea of how long there is left to render a whole animation. Like, for example, there's 265 frames total. Well, that's the ending point, at least. And we're at frame 261, so there's 4 frames left. Each frame takes 7.5 seconds. So we have... not that long, actually. That's 30 seconds. But yeah, if it was in minutes, if you wanted a minutes result, you could just divide that by 60 and you get half a minute. Nah, I haven't really... I'm not too fond of the Christmas MLP songs because it kind of breaks continuity with their own universe. They don't have a Christmas in Equestria, they have Heartwarming. So it just feels weird listening to Christmas songs, some from characters that are from Equestria. It doesn't make sense. If it breaks continuity, it sort of breaks the enjoyment for me personally. That's just me. Alright, so now let's go ahead and open up this right here. Like that. Is that right? Yeah. It's 280, not 17, I guess. Whoops. There you go. So I guess I'll just stare at this for a bit, make sure there's nothing else I want to change before I actually start doing final renders. I start preparing for a final render, at least. I'm not sure if I'll start on that yet. on the actual render process, but yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's much I want to change. It looks pretty good. Alright. This Twilight model isn't that much different. It's pretty much the same as it was when I was working on stream a few weeks ago. So it's not different, really. My opinions on Season 7, it's a pretty good season. It certainly has one of the best episodes within that season, but in terms of the overall season, it's decent. It's pretty good. It's about, like, middle of the road for, like, all the seasons in MLP for me, I think. Even slightly on the upper end. Let's go ahead and move on next on. This is the extended version. Oh, I have that. That's good. That's fine. Bit spongy? Maybe. I imagine it's mostly in the hair, to be honest. Mostly wiggle physics to blame there, probably, but at the end of the day, I don't think it looks too bad. At least not in my eyes. Season 9 isn't on Netflix, and it probably won't ever go on Netflix, by the way. Season 9 of MLP is on Hulu right now. And only Season 9 of MLP is on Hulu. The rest of the seasons are on Netflix. Who knows why, but that's apparently the deal they have. I don't know if anything will change, but from what it seems like, that's just how it's going to be. Is there context for this animation? Not necessarily. This animation is purely just for testing purposes. It's not intended to be for like a final, like, fully contextualized short. or anything like that. It's just a test animation. That's it. Yeah, season 5 is definitely my favorite season by a long shot. So many of my favorite episodes are from season 5. So many of them. Such a good season. Generally, the context I try to imply through the facial animation is that she gets scared of something that isn't actually there. And she gets embarrassed by it. She's trying to like hide her freak out right afterwards. So yeah, that's my intention. But of course, it's the eye of the beholder. It might differ for you. And especially given there's no actual context given within this animation, it probably is a bit different for you guys. But that's normal. That's to be expected. You guys have to fill in the blanks for context. Season 8 flopped, kinda. I don't think it's a terrible season by any means, but I definitely don't think it's my favorite. It's one of my least favorite seasons. Not necessarily because of the school or the students, but because the main 6 were written pretty poorly in Season 8. That was the biggest downside of that season. Usually the saving grace of episodes where the main 6 are acting bad, like badly written. The student 6 kind of saved that episode a bit. But, yeah, Season 8 is definitely not my favorite. Season 9 is really good, though. I really, really enjoy Season 9. And I think the Sears finale, I won't spoil anything, because I know some people here have said that they haven't watched it yet, but it is certainly a good way to end the show. Very satisfying. I enjoyed it a lot. Alright, let's go ahead and render this out into a video file, which will take like 2 seconds. Okay, I lied, it's more like 10 seconds, but it's still fast. Yeah, the show ended. Season 9 was the last season. There's no more seasons. That's the finale. It's the end of G4. I think we're good. I'm not seeing anything I want to change now. To be honest. I will ask, have you guys noticed the main shifting shape depending on the camera angle yet? On this, based off of this this test render? Because the main does shift in shape depending on its rotation relative to the camera, so that its shape can look as appealing as possible without being too jarring. Simply because Twilight's main is very, very weird and cheats three-dimensional space a lot in the show, so I kind of have to do that. But yeah. It would probably be pretty obvious if I showed it here. like in the face cam here. Let me set the camera. You can have, you just look at the face. You can see the main shifting shape depending on the camera angle. You can see it doing it there. It's most obvious like right here, when she turns her head there. During the fast motion, when she looks to her right, it's not as clear because it's just a fast motion. Kind of covers it up, but the slower motion to the back to the left is where it's a bit more obvious. Anyway, so that's that. Yeah, generally the idea is you probably won't notice it for as long as you aren't aware of it. But of course, since you guys are watching me doing the animation, and you're watching me point that out, that's probably not going to work as well. But like any sort of like random viewer that might come across my animation probably won't really notice that. Maybe they'll see something change, but they probably won't know what it is. They probably won't be able to put their finger on it. The eyes are like that because it's not sampled when it's playing the animation. Oh, whoops. Whenever it's playing the animation, it only has one sample per frame. But whenever I pause the playback, it samples the noise away, pretty much. That's just how transparency works in Eevee when it comes to hashed transparency, which is the most accurate way to do transparency, but it's also the most noisy. So yeah. Yeah, Bone Trousel is good, man. It's a good song. Yeah, there's not much more for me to do. I could probably just chill, answer some questions, but I think I'm done working for today. After I'm done streaming, I think I'll just have this render. I'm not sure how long it'll take. It probably... You know what? Should I do test render? If I do a test render, I'd have to have both GPUs on. Okay, so that's good. So when I do this, when I hit the render key, the stream will likely start lagging for you guys, because whenever I render through cycles, it just takes up all my resources on my computer, so it just lags the stream. So just warning you guys before it happens. If the stream starts lagging, it's not on your end. It is just because I'm rendering. But I do want to do a test render. How many samples should I have here? I want enough to make sure it's not noisy, and also not too smeary with denoising, which I will have open image on for that. So we do 512. It's probably gonna take a while, but that's good. I will still try to interact with you guys via the text chat though, because I probably won't be able to get my voice through very well, because it will just lag and drop frames like crazy and stuff. So, anyway, test render. Here we go. I forgot to bring the high poly hair in. There we go. Dragon. I'll try to use my iPad to respond to chat. Typing right now is not even possible. It's pretty slow. Can you guys still hear me? Am I getting cut off? I'm not sure if I am. Let's see. Try to hear myself through my iPad here. Doesn't seem like I'm getting cut off. Can you guys still hear me? Okay, I can hear myself through the iPad. I'll try to just respond through the iPad then. If it's not reliable for everyone, I'll just do the text chat. think we're done. Okay, so you guys should probably be able to hear me now. Hopefully the stream recovers, but it should be okay. Let's see here. Alright. Anyway, so the denoising is a little rough. That could also be motion blur, but it looks okay here for the main, but the denoising around here in the inner ear looks a bit strange. How's this area look without denoising? Yeah, one sec. Gonna do another quick test render. Okay. You can see the denoising smearing it quite a bit, kind of smearing away the detail of the individual strands. It's less noisy, sure, but it's also getting rid of the clear lines for the strands around here, and it's not ideal. It's unfortunate. But to be expected, because I know denoising has always not worked very well for my mains, so it's usually kind of a struggle to get it to work. So let's see, I'm not sure what I want to do. I'm going to do another test render, but this time I will double the sample count. But this number I have here is just based on how long the first frame took to render, the one that was denoised, I mean. Took 6.5 minutes for that one frame. And just assuming that each frame would take about 6.5 minutes, it would take almost 24 hours to render. For like straight rendering, 24 hours. So doubling it, the samples will actually double that render time, just about. So this is just an experiment, though. I just want to know how it looks. So denoise on with double samples. It's only slightly better. It's not worth it. In that case, can I go lower? If I go lower, I'd save time. So if I have fit from 512, what do I get? Okay, that's actually quite a bit worse too. Okay, so 512 is what I'll stick with then, probably, maybe. What I could also do, assuming you guys can still hear me, hopefully the stream is still not dead. The chat is kind of dead, so I'm not even sure. But I could also just do a render on Sheepit. Let's see. I talked about this a few times before, where you can submit renders here to to essentially have a bunch of volunteers help render your scene, your animation or your scene or frame or whatever. But it has some limitations. Like, it has file size limitations, and you also have to have enough points to render. So it's doing something. I think I'm still in the negative points from that project from earlier, so I'm not sure. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Okay. Yeah. Well, that was a while. Wow, okay. That was a long time ago. Anyway, so I might be able to just... Okay. I'm just going to use Sheepit. I definitely can't use this Sheepit platform for the Magic Inside, because it'll definitely have too large of a file size, for sure. That's not going to be too feasible. But for something like this, it should work fine. And I'll be able to get a high quality render faster. So yeah, I might as well use it. No, not in my experience. Sheepit's faster. Sheepit's faster than rendering on your own. At least when it comes to my own models and stuff. I could let my computer build up so much heat overnight, as well as through the day for 24 hours straight, and still get a result that's either too noisy or too smeary. Or I could render on Sheepit at 2,000 samples instead of 500, and not have to use denoising, so I don't get a smeared image. Yeah. I mean, why not? This is the kind of problem I still have to figure out for the Magic Inside, because Noise is going to be a big problem for that, for sure. I'll have to do some experimentation, figure out which kind of method of rendering would work best for it. But yeah, this is the servers I'll use instead. So in that case, I might as well do that. Yeah, okay. So let's set that up. I can do that right now, frankly. Might as well do it on stream. That is... Why are you not in my Windows? Taskbar isn't showing that for some reason. So let's do it at 2,000. 2,000 samples. Without denoising. And let me just render a small portion of this. So I'm going to render this again. A small portion. Just want to make sure it's at the level I want to... It's the sample amount I want to use. If it's too much or too little, I'm not too sure. I just want to get an idea. I would say that's acceptable level of noise, given that YouTube compression will probably filter that out anyway. So I think that's fine. So 2,000 is good enough. Not too much. Because if I do too much, it's just going to waste people's time rendering, so... Okay. Other than that, I don't think there's much more I want to change, other than the simplify changes to four subdivisions for renders, and also get rid of this. Don't need that anymore. Okay, and now pack the assets, external data, pack all. Okay, cool.
Please. No thanks. No way. I feel the need to say I'm smarter, stronger, and I don't need
No, Sheepit does motion blur. Sheepit's fine with that. The main restriction with Sheepit is mainly file size. So like, if you're doing baked simulations, you generally can't put that all up there at once. You have to do it a bunch of you have to like submit all that in small parts, and that's pretty tedious. And if you don't have enough points for that, you're probably screwed. So, so just so you guys know, if you want to help me render this, which you can go onto Sheepit and make an account and download the client. If you have the hardware for it, if you don't bother. But it'll probably make things slower for me if you use a slow computer render to help. But if you have a good enough computer with a decent graphics card or a decent CPU, you can go on there and download clients, and you will be able to help me render this. But that's if you have enough hardware for it, or if you're interested. It's up to you guys. Just letting that out there. So yeah, projects. Where's the submit button again? Wait. Oh, it's on here. Right. Okay. Give me 1 second here. One second. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. I'm going to upload that. Yeah, I wouldn't call the fandom dead by any means. I'm certainly intending to keep it alive myself as well. Like, I don't plan on stopping making content like this. I love the show too much to just stop because the show ended. It's funny that conversation topic came up now during this song, by the way. So once this is done uploading, I'll launch my Sheepit clients, or at least one of them for now. I can show what I mean by the client. Yeah, this will be good. Actually, let me get that pulled up now. I might as well. Where do I have that stuff? Here? I might just need to re-download the client. It's probably outdated anyway, right? Yeah. I don't even know where it is, so I might as well. Okay. I wish I knew. Where is it? second, guys.
Something special that makes us different, that makes us rare. We have a light that shines within us. That
It's done uploading now.
meant to share. And when we come together, combine the light that shines.
I know I had a lot of the sheeped stuff on a hard drive that was failing, which I moved a lot of stuff off of, but not everything, so it's probably gone. So I'll probably have to just re-download it. I wanted to like the batch file I had associated with it, but oh, I could get that off my other computer. Okay, never mind. We're good. I'll worry about that later. So let's go ahead and make sure everything's on. 48265. Yep. Tiles. I want. That's too much. Let's do 12. 12 tiles.
Remind you that together we will always shine.
It says drivers won't work, but thankfully I actually don't use scripting for it. As long as you use standard formulas and graphs, you're fine with drivers. So, yeah, that's good. I'm gonna go ahead and add that now, right? Cool. Okay, so the project's up. Now I'm going to download the client now. Get started. No? Where's the client? Wait, hold on. Oh, it's right here. Those are buttons. Got it. Okay. Is it done? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I find that kind of funny too. Okay. So we have the client. I can still save my credentials, which is interesting. So I'll just do 1070 for that, because it'll be on this graphics card. Wait, that's the one I'm streaming on, right? Okay, in that case, I'll do 2070, so I don't lag the stream. Okay, and I have 32 gigabytes of memory, so I'll do half that minus like 2 or 3 gigabytes. It's about there. And because I want 2 of these clients up at once for each of my GPUs. So, can I do more? No. Okay, I don't think so. And 3 cores for each one. No. Okay. Let's start that. And given that it's my project, it'll select that project first. But if you guys decide to help out with the render, you can download this client from Sheepit, which is sheepitrenderfarm.com. Download the clients, and if you start rendering a project that isn't called Scene 7, I might have to actually change where I have this saved. But if the project isn't called Scene 7, you can block this project, and it'll move on to the next project in your queue. Because the project file that I uploaded is called Scene 7, so that's what you're looking for if you're wanting to help. So yeah, let me figure out where I can put this client. Let's put it here. That's not it. There. Boom. Yes. Okay, so it should have enough hard drive space now, right? Or are you... What drive are you trying to select right now? Wait, hold on. Settings... Oh. It's just going to roots, which is probably just my C drive, which is definitely not going to have enough space right now. Okay, one sec. Boom, boom. Okay. That should be good now. Hopefully. I'll have to restart the client though. Yeah. Just if you go to the Sheepit website, you can just download the client, and if you have the hardware for it, at least. If you have a slow computer, or if you don't have a computer, you won't be able to help. But if you have a computer of any kind, if it's a Mac, Linux computer, or Windows computer, if you have the hardware for it, if you have a good enough graphics card or a powerful enough processor, you can help out. For me, I'll be rendering on my 2070 and my 1070. I'll have two different clients up running at the same time for each one. So if you have a good CPU but you don't have a graphics card, you just select the CPU. But for me, I'm running on 2 graphics cards, so I have 2 clients up. For now, since I'm on stream, I'm only doing 1 client for now. Once I stop streaming, I'll launch the other client. So yeah. But if you don't have the hardware for it, don't sweat it. You don't have to do this if you don't have the hardware. And in fact, if you have a slow computer and you try to help, it'll probably slow down the project or render time. So just proceed with caution. All right. 30 minutes is fine for that, actually. Yeah. Should be good now. Anyway, I might as well take a look at the project here. Wow. 292 rendering frames. Dang. This won't take much time at all. So we have 1 frame that's finished, supposedly. Oh. I have the box render on. That's bad. It was only rendering like a small portion. It was rendering this small box. That's not ideal. That's the one thing I wasn't supposed to. I have to re-upload the project now. Whoops. Can't sweat it though. It's not going to waste too many points because it's so light to render that small section. So the whole scene is rendered down. Oh man, I knew something was odd about that. It was rendering so fast. Like what? Anyway, let's do that again. Not that one. This one. Send that. Whoops. Yeah, 1080 is perfectly fine. If you have like a I would say the minimum GPU would be like a 950, a GTX 950, around there is probably the minimum GPU I'd recommend running this project on. 950, 960, somewhere around there. That's in terms of GPU, at least, on the NVIDIA side. Alright. Oh, also, if you decide to sign up on this site, by the way, for those that want to help, you could join the team for Pony Blend. It's actually first place because of that one person that's rendering like crazy, the Rain Boom Dash guy. That's like first place overall as their own person. Okay. Yeah, it's if you join this team, you will have priority. Your client will prioritize people's projects that they submit that they oh god, I can't speak English. Oh no. Let me try to explain this. Since I'm in this team, and if you decide to join this team too, you will prioritize my project instead of downloading someone else's project and rendering for them. So yeah, hopefully that explains it. I guess I don't know. If I were to actually like make a video on Sheepit, I'd probably script everything out and make sure I explain things well because I'm definitely not doing that right now. Ugh. But yeah, I think you have to be accepted into the team though, which I don't know how long that would take. It's probably not gonna be within the next couple days, probably. I don't know. Whoever is in charge of this team will have to accept it. Anyway, how's this going? 91? Okay. But if you can't join the team, that's fine. In your client, you can just skip projects that aren't called Scene 7. Because that's what my blend file is called right there. Okay. Try this again. 12 tiles. All types of hardware can render for this. And render. Alright. This should not take as quick as last time now. Since it's rendering the whole frame. Instead of just a small section of it. So yeah. It's just waiting now. I just want to make sure once this is starting to render, I can preview the rendered tiles and make sure they are rendered properly. And then I could keep it rendering instead of having to cancel it immediately. Alright. So I guess I'm waiting for it to go through. This usually doesn't take as long. I'm not sure what I'm waiting on. Refresh. Still waiting. Okay, well, I guess I'll wait around. Oh, man. That's good to hear. Appreciate the help. So given that I am in the polyblend team, I think my project's getting a lot of priority anyway. At least once it's once it's done waiting. I'm not sure again what it's waiting on. It doesn't take this long usually. I think I might be able to start rendering it myself though, at least. So let me launch my client. Hopefully, I can at least jump on it right now. And once we get this started, it shouldn't take too long. I should be able to render it overnight and it should be done. And once it's done, I will probably upload it. It'll be on YouTube within the next probably 24 hours, maybe even less. As long as everything works out fine. No more technical issues and whatnot. You're still checking strength of the computer, I guess. This step... Did this step usually take this long? Dang. Yeah. It's still checking performance. Okay, now it's requesting. Okay, we're good. It is downloading my project. 19 rendering. Cool. Not as instantaneous as before, but it's mainly because it's not rendering a small section. Alright. So, once it's finished the tile, I'll take a look at the tile, make sure it's fine. It's rendering good. And I'll probably call it. Call the stream at least. Looks like about a 3-minute render, maybe? For my 2070 on its own. Not too bad. For one frame, at least. Once this becomes 1 or higher, I can check for it. I'm gonna have to ask that we keep the chat English so that I don't have to keep translating to make sure everything that's being chatted about isn't like breaking any rules or whatever. It's just kind of tedious for me to constantly keep checking. So yeah, keep it English in the chat if you can.
This day is going to be perfect. The kind of day of which I dreamed since I was small. Every pony will gather round, lovely in my gown.
Is the stream working, by the way? It's not running. It's not running on my GPU that I'm using to encode, so hopefully the stream isn't lagging.
Kind of day of which
But my computer is lagging since it's my primary GPU that's rendering.
but instead
So
of having cake with
hopefully
all
it's
my
fine.
friends to celebrate my wedding bells, they may not ring for me.
Okay, we have 6 frames done, so let me take a look.
I could care less about the dress
I wish I knew which one.
in any
Okay.
cake.
Okay, I don't want one of the starting frames, clearly.
That through any kind of weather, I want us to be together.
Because all these are blank. I have to figure out which one isn't.
Must escape before it's too late. Find a way to save the day. Hope I'll be lying if I say I don't fear that I may lose him to one who wants to use him, not care for love and cherish him each day. For I also love the groom. All my thoughts he does consume. Oh, shining armor.
There are 6 frames. Oh, here's one. There you go. Right? That's the one? No? It's just... Okay, it's that.
Finally, the moment has arrived.
Okay. So that's just one tile. This is literally 1/12 of the samples you'd expect. Because each... It's not... This tile system is a bit weird because it's not actually tiles. It's just... When I made each frame 12 tiles, it's giving each frame 12 sections, I guess. Or once this is all done, there'll be 12 frames here with 1/12 of the total samples there's supposed to be. So this is 1/12 of 2,000 samples, which is, if we take a look, 2048 divided by 12. It's about 170 samples. So, and all the assets are here. The cutie marks there, which is the only texture here, I believe. Which, good thing it's there. Yeah, so it's looking good. Cool. Yeah, I don't think I can accept invitation or requests to join a group because I'm not the leader of it. I don't remember who is the leader of that. It's someone that is in the Polyblend Discord. I just don't remember who. It's either Gabe or Derek. I can't remember. Anyway, which is weird because my name's also Derek, but whatever. Anyway, what you can do is, let me open up my client. If you don't get scene 7 as your project that's in your queue, you can block it and move on to the next project that's in your queue. However, if the scene 7 file or the scene 7 project doesn't ever appear for you if you download the client, it might mean that the project is out of spec for your system, which means your system isn't good enough to render the project. It's too weak. But, yeah. This is not the most expensive project I've submitted or anything, so that's probably not going to be the case. So, yeah. Anyway, with that said, you guys can hear me still, right? Hopefully. Let me actually check, make sure the stream is still going fine on my iPad. It's sort of up in the air because I'm using a GPU that's not being used for encoding, but it's still lagging my computer quite a bit. can hear myself fine on my iPad. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure you can hear when I give the outro here, but yeah, with that said, I think I'll go ahead and call the stream here, and I will continue rendering this off stream and open another client for my other GPU. It should be done overnight, hopefully. It shouldn't take too long. Let's see. What? I thought I was gonna say something else. What was it? Yeah, I don't remember. I don't think there was anything, was there? Anyway. Ugh. I'm always bad at the outro thing, but yeah. Let's go ahead and call it here. I appreciate you guys sticking around, especially during this last section where I was just setting up Sheepit, showing how it works and all that. This is the last final render step, and I didn't want to render this on my own system because it would take a long time, and I also didn't want to deal with denoising at low sample counts, not for a project like this. So this whole project's not going to be denoised, at least not through Blender. So yeah, I'm so bad at the outro thing. I keep rambling on. Oh man. Anyway, yeah. For those that decide to help, I do appreciate it. Though it does look like there's still a lot of people that are rendering this project just because this project has a lot of priority, given it's from the PonyBlend team, which is the top scoring team right now on Sheepit, so it has a lot of priority. So yeah. Anyway, I'll see you guys later.